Hello, we are live. Hello, everybody. You will notice that I am not in my usual streaming world. I decided, it's probably more fun if I move around a little bit, Try out, different worlds as backgrounds, and don't just, only be just my streaming world. I mean, I could be, fancy and change up my world every now and then. But, that's harder to do, and that takes effort. So instead, we're going to rely on the effort of others. See, you may recognize this environment. Let me turn off flying mode so I can actually move around. But this is the End of Line Club from Tron. And I set it up so it is linked with the audio and whatnot. So yeah, very fun. And I just need to show off the dashboard here, because the dashboard is, of course the music is too loud. So I have the audio going through just world audio. But even though to me it doesn't sound that loud, of course it sounds super loud in the stream, because it always has to be. This is with it at 15%, which is probably fine. This is probably fine, hopefully. Let me get chat back up. Better now? Okay. So I just wanted to show off the control panel they have here for the music. It's super cool. Got the little audio linked things, and that's the actual video, but with a cool CRT shader on it. But yeah. Move this around to here, because there's something else. Ooh. Something else that I want to show off. Yeah, I know. I'm bad at guessing the audio mixing settings. There's a secret button right here that does the stairs. And you can do the stair stream scene. And now we are in... dang it, what's the guy's name? That one guy that, betrays Flynn, you know? Where do I want to throw the camera so it's interesting? I'll probably throw it, right here. I'm trying to find it in my vision. Where is the camera actually? Ah, there it is. So I do want it on this side. About there. Then I will turn myself around to frame that. And we'll begin working. Yes, Tron is the aesthetic inspiration. Love Tron. Have to watch it every now and then just to remember the vibes. Alright, now to actually get to work. Oh, I have tracking on still. There we go. Now it's was the default size? It's probably something like this. So this is a new world. I decided to start jumping around to different worlds for the fun of it. And I actually have it set up with the music actually playing in the world. Why is my hand jumping around so much? I actually have it set up with the video that we're listening to in the world, so all the like lights and stuff will be synced up. So this is a recreation of a certain scene from the movie Tron Legacy. Very fun. Alright, to kind of catch everybody up to where we are on the current work to create the scripting language. We currently can parse out everything here except for the actual function body. So this highlighted portion here is what we need to get working next. Like the actual arguments, the important part. So that's what we're gonna do. It's also like sort of the hardest part, but also sort of not. I don't know. We'll have to jump in and actually see. It's a lot of boilerplate, that's for sure. So it's like hard mentally in the like get yourself to focus on actually building it for long enough to fully build it. And the part of the grammar that actually defines like those curly braces are scopes. So that is what we need to code next. Why does my wing look weird on the camera? Okay, it's just like wrist. Oh, that's fine. I haven't decided what this should return yet, because it's kind of like you just compile scope and then you're done. The node we pass in is a scope context, though. I'll just keep it as void for now. I do want this to somehow return success or failure. And I feel like a boolean is too simple. I might do just a boolean. I'm not sure. No. I'm just gonna close this so I don't see any red dots and I actually stay focused. Stop formatting it. I'm not done with it yet. If I remember correctly, the first thing we need to do is go through and define all the local variables on the stack. Because I want to optimize this for one particular LLVM optimization pass. Something weird is going on with the overlay. I have two cursors. The second cursor on the bottom right is the real one. There it is, mem2reg. If I remember correctly, for mem2reg to work, it requires that you put, finding safe allicas in the entry block and promoting them. Yeah, allic on stack. And then promoting them to registers instead of variables. While it promotes memory references to be register references, it promotes alloca instructions which only have loads and stores as uses, and alloca is transformed by using the denominator frontiers to place phi nodes. When traversing the function in depth first order to rewrite loads and stores as appropriate. This is just the standard SSA construction algorithm to construct pruned SSA form. Yeah, because I remember before, I wanted to completely avoid learning how phi nodes work. Basically, phi nodes are how you deal with single, whatever this stands for, basically single assignment form, where you can only ever set a variable once, but then you go, wait, what if I want to represent a loop? How do I represent that this variable, we're adding to the past versions of this variable? And that's where you use phi nodes. Basically, the node says this value can either be this previous value or another value, and I think you might be able to pass it into itself or something weird like that. But I did not want to have to deal with writing those out, so I just used this optimization pass to auto do that. So basically you treat everything like it is like a fully on the stack variable, and then this optimizes it out. And to do that, you need to have all of your alcas, or allocations of local variables, on inside of the first basic block. Potentially means the stack size of your function gets pretty big. If it's not optimized later, which it probably is somewhat. But yeah, let's do that first. So we need to do scope. And let me see how I defined local variables. We have identifier and type context. How do I actually set local variables? What software to use? With what software do you do the avatar mapping? So this is just VR chat. So I'm in a fully immersive VR environment, but I overlaid monitors over it. Then we just have a hand tracking on the hands. Yep. Okay, and then how did I set these? Now, they're nodes, so they are shared pointers. How do I... actually initialize scope contexts? No, what I need is parse variable. Definitely, yes. And then if I get a scope as a parent of this variable, I push it back as a local, and I do pass back the same. So this will be a pointer equality. So what I can do is go scope local variables, and when I'm going through local variable assignments, I can check if the local variables are ones that I set. So I think I'm going to create a new unordered map here. And this is going to be ID to ID refs. We're going to call this local variable lookup, and this just maps local variables to their in-IR names. We need to do for local var in local variables, and I'm gonna say current function, I believe. There must be a value for doing a scope context. We need to push back a new local variable, and this size is going to be the ID of the local variable. Then after we grab the ID, we'll just do current function local vars push back and it's just a type. Okay. Eventually I do want debug information in there, but I think that's a refactor after we get this, like, mostly working. Like, when I get to a point where I need to debug, that's when I'll put debug information in. I do want to put debug information in sooner rather than later because I want to build the thing around actually having debug information in it. So we just push back resolve type for it. Debug sounds like an important part of programming language. It is, and I spent a lot of time. Half of the reason why I'm making this the way that it is so that I can actually use a attached debugger with it, whereas Wasm, like, step through debugging on Wasm is a terrible experience. Like, I was almost able to get it working, but I wasn't able to get the JIT debugged. I wasn't able to get a LLVM backend version of WASM working with debug info. I was able to get WASM time working with debug info, but I wanted the WASM time runtime with a JIT debugger. Then I figured out other reasons WASM didn't work as well. Base type, right? No. It's just type, okay. And this must be set before passing it to this stage. Thank you. It is exactly the same as it was before, but this time we're in a world with more Tron-esque lighting, so it looks a little bit duller. Instead of being the brightest thing in the room, it fits right in. Then after this, I want to do local var lookup, insert. Wait a second, if this is a... No, we do want it to be a map. I just do look var and local ID. Oh, I made the scope context. This needs to be value context. So now every time we go into a scope, we will resolve our current, not resolve, but add to our current local variable lookup. Now that we have local variables, the next step is for auto reference expression in scope expressions. And this is the important part of the language. Can you explain what a node is in this context? So nodes are just a wrapper for shared pointers, but usually I'm using them in the context of these context nodes, which all derive from text context. So this is all context about like parsed documents and the script that we're actually compiling from. And the reason why I have them as nodes instead of just using shared pointer is, one, node is a lot more ergonomic to type out than standard shared pointer. Two, this provide, like, I might eventually try to track references to two types, and then having like a no, I'm not putting a using namespace standard in there. The unergonomic part for me is the underscore. But the other reason why I have the wrapper is eventually if I want to track references to stuff, then I have like a type in there, and changing every single reference to this suddenly becomes as easy as just more implementing those type. Now, do I just do visit expression? Is it that easy? Is using namespace standard a bad practice, or something? Don't really code C++. I see a lot of... There seems to be a common sentiment that you don't use using namespace std because it could, like, create clashes with other types in the language. So that's generally why I don't do it. It also tells me that, like, this is a standard type. It's just the way that I see other people code it, so I've picked it up as well. Seems a common enough thing to do. I don't know. But I don't want this to be visit expression. I like defaulted back to my parser days. Okay, looking at expression context. Expression context just has a scope context, a unary operator, and a binary operator. And that is all I implemented. Did I at least put call context in there? I mean, it is an expression context. Create reference context, dereference context. Assignment context. There's a lot of expressions here that I didn't put into the expression context node. Here in parse block, we do parse expression. And we try-cast variant. Okay, so this is just going to fail the majority of time because I haven't actually implemented expression contexts. I don't think I want to do expression error context. Do I actually have any references to that anywhere? No actual uses, no. I know, like, some languages define, like, especially for use with macros, it's useful for there to be a token type that is an error. So it might make sense to do an error node. Yeah. In C++, there isn't any differences between structs and classes, except for the default visibility of members. So classes, everything is private by default, and structs, everything is public by default. And that is the only difference. You can treat them exactly the same otherwise. So I might actually keep expression error context all around, just in case I need to do anything with macros in the future. I'm gonna get rid of async expression because don't need to worry about that. So we have scope context, pulsig, pipeline stage. These aren't necessarily expressions. But here we go. That's right, I don't have separate nodes, I just have unary and binary. And then we have anon struct context. Really want to be an expression context. Because this is creating an anonymous struct. And I think that's every single expression that the language can handle. So after scope we need if context, while context, for context, assignment context, constant value context, labeled value reference context, Member access context. Reference context. Then again, I guess create reference. I believe create reference context is part of creating a reference would be an ampersand operator. Do I want that to be overridable? No, I actually don't want that to be overridable. We'll keep it as separate grammar. Even though it would technically, like, dereference, I could do a trait for dereference. Because sometimes you want to have a wrapper type. And there we go, we have a complete variant of all the expression contexts. Meaning, over here, we can now match on expression for every single one of these. So I'm just going to define two cases here. That way I establish a pattern. Not fully done. I do want to format this slightly. Cool. Do that. Then we're gonna get... Which had a thing about not wearing pants on camera? It's cool. It's fine. There's nothing showing. This is actually a suit, you see. It's actually a mech suit. So it does count as a pair of pants. This is lore that I'm dropping right now, that it totally existed before I said it. I'll show you what I'm doing. This is the instances where I do actually use AI for coding. When I have like a huge thing like there's a ton of boilerplate here, and I just want to get to defining each one of the functions, so I'm just going to say, finish this match v macro invocation for this variant. Huzzah. The parameter context is copied for each. Quiet! Can you imagine somebody putting a vest on their bird avatar just to say it is in fact wearing clothes? I don't think birds are the kind of pet bird. Yeah, I don't think that vibes with birds very well either. Fine, since it's a... I guess there are some, like, atomic move semantics that we could avoid here. So if we find another scope context, yeah, if we find another scope context, I'm just going to do record error. And that's just a string. And the context will literally just be the context of the context itself. The context of the context is the context. That's just a way to get output directly to the compiler through the actual expression context system, which is cool. That could be useful. In that BitBurner game, at least the scripting language seemed to be made of JavaScript. But if I remember correctly, Node.js surviving past compilers, so... guessing not what you're using here. No. So, after the first compiler, we're writing a second compiler here. So, 2 compilers down the line, there will be no JavaScript whatsoever. We are using C++, and we are using C++ to compile BraneScript, which is an entirely new scripting language that we're coming up with on the spot right now. Alright, for if statements, while loops, for contexts, I'm just going to record error If statements not implemented. Whiles. Expressions. Since technically they are expressions, not statements. There is a difference that is important. Why is there 2 while contexts? This put 2 while? No, it didn't. If while for assignment. If while for assignment. Did I just accidentally copy a line? These are the ones we actually do have to implement. And then I do need to implement unary, actually not unary. I don't need to do unary expressions yet. Then I do need to do anon structs, and I do need to do call contexts. And I think this is everything we need to compile the first test. So let's see here. We're defining a value. We're doing a labeled value reference for start, a binary operator for the addition, and a value assignment using the assignment operator. Or the assignment context. And then here, this is a function called context. And one of the arguments is a anonymous struct definition. The value is, or the depth is also a labeled struct at the moment, but it could also be a I was thinking that it would be an array. I don't have grammar for creating constant slices yet, though. Since I do not want to deal with arrays yet. Arrays are what killed the last version of BraneScript, because my type system couldn't handle nested types, and arrays are very much nested types. Or rather, nested references. I keep getting messed up because the Steam pointer is different than my actual pointer. It's a good thing I'm using Vim and I don't need to actually care about where the pointer is. Alright, what do I want to tackle first? I wish I didn't have to put these inside of pointers. I wish they could all just be root types, but all of them require like IR. No, they don't. None of them do nested expressions, except maybe loops. Which I haven't implemented yet, so loops can deal with loops when I actually implement them. Ooh. Bit XOR op. And then at some point I'll have to put loops in here as well. And loops will have to contain IR operations as well. It'd be convenient if I could just put this all into a class that way. It'd be forced to because then we could have types defined out of order. Actually, probably fine for lists. Actually, but I can't do like a predefine for usings. No, class do not equal good. I see through the lies of the object-oriented lovers. Anyway, now that this is down here, I don't need to IR node it. Oh, and there was a way to, do regexes in nvim replace. Way to Flash 1. It is escape character 1. So if in here I put star pattern. Ah, dang. And then just replaced it with escape character 1. So that works. Parentheses for the why? Oop. When I try to use parentheses, it makes the expression fail, even though... Oh, interesting. So I have to escape their parentheses for them to work like a regex usually works. Okay, so these are now a lot more, at least, a lot more ergonomic to work with. I will eventually have to figure out how to store IR operations inside of side of a list. That doesn't help. That doesn't help either. That's the thing being, like, referred to. I have to fully define this wherever I define it. I do a forward declaration for using statements. So lots of weird workaround things. Because C++. Hello, audio. I am doing decently. Trying to figure out how to work around the, both C and C++ compiler, I guess. And its archaic forward pass antics. Technically, I don't need to yet, though, so there is that. I'm currently multi-streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. So there's a YouTube stream. So I'm talking to people on the YouTube stream. So, you know, I hear many voices and I respond to the voices in many places. I should have an overlay that shows YouTube chats. That should be down there. YouTube chat. Why are they? Here, let's throw YouTube chat over there. They did seem positioned a little bit weird. Actually, no, it's because I usually have Twitch down there and YouTube up there. I guess I like accidentally slid one around once. But no, you should have heard somebody very loud and clear if they were in the instance with me. Because right now we have desktop audio on full blast. Because the music is actually playing through the VRC scene. So let's do... Yeah. So I am playing music on the VRC video player, which is why the lights semi-match up to the tone of the music. It's because it's like all audio linked and stuff right now. If I had actually gotten around to putting audio link stuff on my avatar would be like reacting to the music as well, which is... I'm excited for when I eventually get around to that. I was planning on going a little bit further than that. My plan for the feathers is to have like circuit board traces on them, and then like SDF. So as like, because like with audio link you get a little bit of history of like the past couple seconds of music tones. So I want to make like pulses running down circuit board traces. Alright, I'm waffling too much. What I need is for the compiled expression to return a option. Maybe ID ref? Or... yeah, I need this to return an option ID ref. So if the last expression returned a value, we need to be able to use that value. You ever written a raycaster? I have not ever written a raycaster. I mean, I've written sphere traced shaders. I guess that is a form of ray tracing. It uses SDFs and whatnot. But I've never written a true ray tracing shader. I do have a friend who's currently working on implementing ray tracing into his engine, which I'll have to get his tips on how to do that after he's done, in case I want to put ray tracing stuff into my stuff. So none should be fine. Oh. forgot to say return. I caught 2 rust brain there for a second. I was like, oh. Easy, we'll just put it at the end of this statement. I'll be honest, I did have a moment today where I'm like, I wonder how long it would take to rewrite everything I currently have in Rust. And I had to recheck the current state of Rust LLVM bindings, and I was like, I would still have to write the LLVM portion of stuff in Rust. Indeed, I did get too rusty. Oh, it's already been rustified. Like, do you see this? I'm using options. That's a Rust concept. This match statement, macro. This is a Rust concept. I'm writing Rust in C++ right now. Template, static assertion. Here's the result of all potential locations that have the same type or category. They do all have the same type. Well, then why do you dread me putting Rust in here? Rust is objectively better than C++. You should be telling me to rewrite it in Rust instead of C++. Why do you fear? Well, then you are denying yourself greatness. Operator, context. Rust compiler isn't abusive. It just doesn't take abuse, and is very vocal about that. It just has hard set boundaries. Oh, Zelang crashed when I told it to fill out the switch case. That is, that's pretty funny. Come on, Zelang B. I don't think I did. Should be mostly fine. Is my LSP just... Yeah, telescope built in LSP, no client attached. Can I restart my LSP though? Or do I have to... mentioned Rust having optionals earlier. Can you elaborate on that? Yes. So Rust doesn't have traditional error checking. If you throw like an actual exception, the program just straight up crashes. I think it does have like some try-catch statements for like compatibility with C. Actually, no, because try-catch statements are a C++ concept art. Is try-catch in C? Okay, no, try-catch blocks are a mechanism in C, but I know they're a lot less developed in C. But basically, Rust has options and results as the main way that it handles error checking. So Rust enums can hold values, and the different types of enums in a single enum, like the different like values of an enum, have different potential values. So it essentially works like this, where the Rust enum could be any one of these types, and then you can do a match statement on that, which is essentially the same as a switch statement, and you're able to do operations on whatever that type is. I love that for working with tree structures. So much better than it's a significantly better developer experience than inheritance, because you don't have to do like any sort of wonky stuff to get what type is actually there. You can just do a switch statement on the enum, or rather a match statement on the enum. There we go. And C-Lane crashed again. Can't you do that in C++? I am doing it in C++, but it's significantly less ergonomic. Still more ergonomic, but less ergonomic. And only with C++ 20, like, standards that they've added in the last 5 years. It's very new in C++. And if you know C++ devs, you know they hate the standard library with a burning passion, and they secretly just want to use C all of the time. Because nobody likes C++, even C++ devs. Well, I'm going to restart Vim again, because the LSP crashed again. Here, I'm actually going to record an action for this. So we're gonna do insert, tab, 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 case, escape. And then done. Okay, cool. So now I can just There we go. Okay, so it is binary operator. Yes, that is essentially what's going on here. Is I have an expression, and it could be any one of these expressions. It could be a scope context, it could be a while context, it could be a dereference context, and then I'm passing in this abomination here. This is the syntax for a lambda statement, or like inline function, anonymous function, whatever you want to call it. In C++, and that anonymous function gets executed on the value depending on what type of value it is. Okay, now I get to decide what I want to do for every single one of these operators. Now, eventually, and by eventually I mean like sometime next week or the week after, I need to put in like a trait system so that you can override these operators. However, I don't want to deal with that right now. So I'm going to say operator type dot implemented. Indeed. Well, I just want to see it working, right? And then it's like super easy to add stuff on once it's actually working. So for now, we'll just do addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Not modulus. Don't want to deal with modulus. And we won't even check for casting. What we'll do is the left result is context left. Actually, since this is a binary operator, we will always have those. So I need to do some sort of check here. What is the second param of record error? I just pass in the current context node, and it extracts stuff like the current file that we're in, and the like range of line numbers. So like when we print out the compile message or pass it to an LSP, we'll actually be able to direct people to like what part of the document the error is from. Yeah. Okay, so I'm actually compiling the left and right sides of this expression now. However, I don't want to have to... I don't want to have to define a return type for each one of these lambdas. I prefer not to have to do that. It's looking like I might need to do that if that error doesn't go away when I do an actual return. Okay, and for now, we'll just assume the types are valid. Validation happened previously in the compiler pipeline, and we're just doing our job. So we're gonna do an add operation. And left equals left res value. Oh, IR value is just an index to the value, not ID ref. Do I want to do ID ref or value? Do IR value. So now this is returning an IR value. And if you look at binary op, we have left, right, and then output. Right, I need an output value. Dang it. Here, I'll create some helper functions up here. We'll say IR value this actually needs to be IR value. IR value or IR type get value type. when we're actually defining scopes, it's local ID. Do an explicit cast there. Now in here, okay, and then we'll say as well. I mean, we don't actually need the types to be the same always, but in the case of native operators, we do need them to be the same type. Otherwise, we need to check for a trait. And then say trait. Insert here is not implemented for types A and B. Trait add is not implemented for type I32 and U32. Even though it probably should be. For now, we're like probably going to force that they have to be the same type, but not actually right now because, yeah. I mean, it doesn't. But left is a value of binary operator. Therefore, it is also a type of add op, because add op right there is a binary op, and binary op has left, right, and out. And this is a structure, which means all of these are public. This is publicly a child of binary operator, which means left should be a field in add op. See, I'm currently very tempted to just copy Rust, where Rust doesn't do any automatic casting. Not because I think it's better, but because I'm lazy. And because I can say, oh, Rust does it, so it must be better, and justify my laziness. So you just have to do a manual cast to make the types the same before doing operations with them. No, they might let you do addition between different types. I think it's... No, I remember distinctly. They do, like, not do automatic casting at all. Anywhere. Right, I do need an output value. Means I do need to do a... C++ is bad? No, see, C++ is bad because it does so much automatic casting and there's so many foot guns. See, if you don't have automatic casting, you don't have foot guns. A foot gun is when you shoot yourself in the foot. Because you thought something would be easy, and then it wasn't. It's like hidden... I guess the term would be hidden foot guns. Yeah, basically Unity. The entirety of Unity, the entirety of web dev for sure. For now, I'm not going to put any effort into trying to pool output values, because I don't need to at the moment. Or like temporary values. I can write like a... Won't be too hard to rewrite this to actually be efficient later. Maybe. Exactly, see, there's not a foot gun. Ooh, I could do something fancy here. Never mind. I don't want to do something fancy here. Dang it. I do need to match return types. Manually define that. And I do it on only one and have the rest of them follow suit. No. I need to manually define it on all of them. Dang it. Come on, C++. Figure out how my code works better than I do. Actually, I want to return the result of compile scope in that instance. Because scopes can return a value. Rip. Imagine having stuff to do. Then again, I do have stuff to do. It's just later today. After other streamer friends are done with their streams, and then we figure out schemes. So the scheming waits until they're after they're done with their streams. Oh, I forgot one. Or missed one. Call them VR set. What? I'm gonna need more context on that. Who calls what VR sets? Like DJs? Alright. Is my visit statement happy? The visit statement is happy. Did not see chat history? I see love the world. My face when I wish I could join, but I have events today, and then I see they call them VR sets. I don't see any difference. Alright, see you around, David. Thank you for sticking around, though. I skipped a message. Oh, that is weird. So apparently I see the punchline of the joke. Oh. Rip. I didn't even see a notification like it. Oh! Here, I'm gonna show it. The demo headsets, Big Data Impact Club for 2 hours. They call them VR sets. Rip, cringe. But apparently moderation activity, I had to manually turn that on. That is cringe, that I have to manually turn that on. I'm sorry, you just got screenshotted. Get screenshotted. We do a little trolling. Random shelter ping. Ah, shelter release. We do like shelter releases. We do a little trolling. Okay. A viable conversion of return type of some add operation. To function return type. IR value. Right, because I don't actually... Because I don't actually do anything. The return isn't the important thing. We actually return some OP out value, because that is the value that we are actually returning. I'm also still writing about flat earther children. My life is a... Yeah, good luck with that. I'm going to do a void end op and we're going to have this as a IR operation. Print function value regressions. I kept thinking that there's somebody in the world with me, but then I keep remembering I have my window open right now. So I'm like hearing voices drift along the wind. Voices in the wind. Operations is what I have it named. Then I go back down here. I do append op. We append the ops around here. And here we just do sub op. Unrelated, do you ever just chainsaw through a whole box of strawberry Pockies in 3 minutes? I'm not familiar with the strawberry Pocky. Perhaps that's something that needs to be remedied. Well, that is ad operations handled. What do I want to deal with next? Perhaps a call context? I can burn through call context pretty quickly. Actually, no, let's do real quickly. Where's labeled value reference context? Ah, there it is. Actually, I don't even need constant value context yet. Technically. I technically don't need it yet. But what labeled value reference context should return is... it should load a value. Yes. We do load operation. Oh. That's a question. Is the value already loaded? Or is it on the stack? And then we load it every time we reference it. Actually, if I don't want to have to deal with lambda statements, I can't ever assign to values. Therefore, I always need to load... Okay, yeah. We'll treat every labeled value as always being on the stack. So if we assign to it, we treat it like a pointer. This mean all function arguments, I need to represent them as pointers. Because what I'll store... That's something I'll figure out a different time. Instead, what I'll do here is... we'll create a load op here, and then we will attempt to local value. Since we aren't dealing with global variables yet, everything is pure functions, meaning we don't need to worry about those. We do context. Actually, labeled value reference. I just do value? Identifier. I do this only based on identifier. Dang it. Yeah, because this is only the document context and it's not supposed to do lookups. Here's what we can do. We'll just say context, search for context, identifier, text. How long? So your video about your plan to save VR, goals in that are pretty lofty. How long do you think it will take to get there? Realistically, several years. Trying to get a headset demo working, so like a version of the engine held together with like duct tape and hopes and dreams, working in 4 months or so. The largest factor for all of that is how fast I can get the scripting language working, which is what we're working on now, and I currently estimate we're like 3 days max away from actual code execution, and then from there it's just adding in more features until we have a large enough feature set that to actually use the language for stuff. But yeah, roughly 4 months until we see the actual me put on a headset and I'm in a VR world built in the engine. Hopefully, this is we'll see. The 4-month timeline is very much dependent upon, do I get an AWE booth or not? Because if I get an AWE booth, Augmented World Expo, then I definitely need to have a demo ready of some sort. And then I go into startup mode, and it will work. It must work. Looks like I did actually get a response about having a booth. And they're like, oh, we saw you have a game that you want to demo. The gaming hub will be the best option. But I'm like, no, it's not a game. It's an engine, a framework. Oh. See, then hopefully that demo gets people to join in with the open source development. Or do you want to get more of the meat cooked before you get other hands start getting involved? There's definitely an aspect of, I definitely wanted to be further along before taking any substantial contributions. Just so the foundations are there before it's, too many cooks in the kitchen. Getting a booth at AWE is more for, just general visibility of the project. And, yeah, mostly just general visibility. Let's see. What booths are currently taken? I got it. here's the map of all currently available booths at AWE, which this is a publicly accessible link, so I don't think they'd be too worried about me sharing this. And currently it looks like there is a fair amount of startup spaces open. So if I wanted to like grab this super small one right here, then I can grab it. They were like, oh, you should go in the gaming hub, which I guess is this space over here. But this is a 10 by 10 booth. That's going to be significantly more expensive than this wimpy little table here. And I have no budget, so it's a wimpy table or nothing. So that was the map of currently available booths. So I'll bring it up again. So I got an email back about like available booths. And it's like, this is the booth availability they have for like startups is where I'd be interested in. I think that, ooh, Free Aim is there again. That's where they were last year. And then the BRC VR, which is the booth I was at last year, was right here. And then, if I remember correctly, MIT Reality Hack took this booth. Or no. MIT Reality Hack took this booth. BRC VR was here. And Free Aim was here. I remember distinctly we were the last ones on the row. But, know about him. There's another game dev YouTuber who does primarily VR stuff. Nimso, yes, very familiar with Nimso. I've been a fan for years. Very cool physics stuff. I had a phase where like I spent a lot of time trying to recreate the player controller from Boneworks, and a lot of like my physics skills and just dev skills in general came from trying to do that. So I'm looking at this. I would be... Why are these gray? Oh, they're on hold. Okay. Honestly, I'd be most interested in like this little booth right here. I would want one of the ones on the exterior here, because those seem to have a lot of foot traffic. Those ones right there. In fact, I had several Palmer Lucky sightings, like here, along this line here. Last year. The guy, like, that I'm emailing with was like, oh, I saw you had an email about a game. The gaming section will serve you better. I'm like, that is a 10 by 10 booth. This is a 4 by 2.5 booth because it is a wimpy table. I can afford this. I probably cannot afford this. Though that is the question. Will they let me do in-headset demos here, or will they be like, you didn't pay for enough space to run headset demos? So I guess that's all questions I'll have to ask the actual AWE guys, but it is good to see that there is a fair amount of space. I was a little bit worried about them not having any space left. But look at page 12 of the prospects, which is... I will at least hear them out. Let's look at page 12 here. About the gaming zone, the gaming hub, powering the XR gaming ecosystem. Oh, it's actually like, it's only $700 more than a regular gaming booth. That is more affordable than I thought it would be. And they give you complimentary electricity. Oh, I hadn't even considered that, right? I do need power, and power can be, yeah. this might actually be what I want to go for. If you do need power. If I wouldn't get power at a startup booth. Dang, that's $4,000 though. That's like twice the amount of money I'm looking at like buying cars for. Maybe I can see if like, hey, the stuff I'm working on is pretty cool. Can you like float me a bone? How long are you still gonna be on stream? I'm planning to stream for another 2 hours or so. And then I'm gonna raid one of my friends and then take a little break. Because I know one of my friends goes live at 6. So I'll just like crash them. Is the current plan. See, the problem is for me to do like my whole demo, I need multiple computers basically to do my setup. Even if I have the demo running locally on a headset, I still need to somewhere run an asset server. And I would want to show off the editor too, and that the editor isn't Quest native, so I can't exactly do like the guerrilla tactics run around with a free-floating demo. I do need like a base of operations with electricity that I'm allowed to use. So this, I would like probably talk to one investor dude and be like, hey, would you be interested in funding this venture if I gave you a good demo like a month out in advance? Let's see, 2 or 3 months time making an announcement video plus a demo to ask for some support could be smart. Could be. I do plan on making a video as soon as I get the scripting language working and be like, I remade Wasm, but good. See, which friend? We're planning to raid Fia when she goes live. She's going to be playing Portal today for research purposes. Is the identifier scoped? No, it's just a string. Oh, right. Search for uses scoped identifiers. And... I do... When do I do... labeled value reference? I never use this class. I never use labeled value reference. Indeed, indeed. We truly be striding in. Like, descend in a pillar, like of glowing light. Like, I bring you the viewers that you need to become relevant. Yeah, this needs to be scoped identifier. So I'm gonna do expression context. Because the way that I currently parse expressions is We do a regular parse, which could be literally anything. And then we parse an expression context, or we try to cast it to an expression context node, which is this. And if instead of a labeled value reference context, we do a scoped identifier, then suddenly, scoped identifier is a valid expression. Then instead of context identifier, we just do context, throw it in the search for, absolute coding. Oh, I can still do the expression wheel when my stuff is locked. Yeah, it is in my face. Cinema. Indeed, it is you. So we do search for, and this gives us one of these. And if dot value just return none, compiler. Oh, record error. Not found. Whatever this is, it was not found. And then we also need to try to cast this into a we need to cast the scoped identifier into a value context. And this would be, I spot an async expression context. Then we would say value context equals get if node value context, because this should get function arguments, and actually I need to make sure this actually finds function arguments. we pass in search res value. And this should work because search for returns. I said search for returns. It appears that something is broken. Okay, so if we do in fact or get the value context, I'm gonna call this value cast. I'm gonna say if not value cast. Turn is not a value. And we, instead of this, we're gonna do search res value. Is it index? Why is it index? Oh, my LSP is broken, I forgot. There's a mismatched curly bracket somewhere in this giant list of everything. And that's screwing it up somewhere. Huh. So when I use the command to go to the other parenthesis, it's going there. There's a problem of parentheses. There we go. This I have to do like match the then we'll do a singular case, which is auto reference, say const auto reference. And this will always be a text node-esque type. And that actually works. Let's go. So if the value cast is successful, then we want to say local variable lookup. And eventually I want to create a function for finding variables. Local var lookup value cast. Basically do this whole deal. I don't want to copy all of it. Do this. Not in scope. For some reason error operators aren't working on it. Now we have our local variable. The question is, do we... Yes, we read from it. So we need to do a... Actually, no. Wait. Dang it. If this is a structure, we don't want to read from it. Or rather, we don't want to dereference it. We want to dereference its members. And the compiler side of like how values work makes this complicated. And I don't necessarily need to copy the way the compilers work in my intermediate representation, because my intermediate representation can work however I want it to. And then, like, I can make the compiler match it easy, because it's meant to be able to match basically anything. But how do I want to represent this? For this particular demo that I'm trying to run, it always makes sense to load it implicitly, because we're always doing value types like integers. So for the sake of this test, I will put a big fat to-do there. And then we will say load operation. Load pointer. The actual pointer is the local var res. Second, destination is equal to we'll just alloc value, get value type, then we will return sum and then load destination. All right, see you around. That will work. This will work. What have I not implemented yet? Constant values and assignment context. Assignment context is actually pretty easy. Actually, no, it's not pretty easy. Because what value assignment needs on both sides what value assignment needs is the pointer to the place on the stack. There's a lot of like implicit casting stuff that needs to happen, which is where my last coding language blew up, was with this system. But I'd like to avoid that here. Unless I go super off the rails and make every single time we touch a stack-based variable, a load or a store, Actually, but here's the thing. I'm thinking too deeply about this. This is for my compiler backend to figure out, not for the intermediate representation to represent. Because I correctly keep values, I like super simplify what I represent as values in the intermediate representation. Like, that is hyper simplified. Is this value holds this type, and these arguments take that value of that type and do an operation on it. And it is up to the scripting runtime itself, the compiler backend, to figure out the correct way to actually work with those. I was getting like too deep into my remembrances of how LLVM handles like function arguments versus stack values versus register values and blah, 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 blah. And it isn't even like register values, because it like we haven't gone through register allocation yet. It's like just values for SSA form. So in the assignment context, it is actually easy. All you need to do is go down here, yoink my stuff for... You just love yoinking your stuff. Yoink my stuff for binary operators. Come on, LSP. Work with me here. Nope. Don't need the types at the moment. Will be source result. And this will actually return the destination. And then all we have to do is say assignment, or no, not assign, move operation. Move dest equals dest v, move source equals source v. Then we just do append op move. Did I do call context yet? Not yet. Both anon struct context and call context aren't implemented yet. We'll just do call operator, and let's see what call context has for us to work with. There's a expression context node, which is the callable. Oh joy. So the way I have it working right now is that the call operator takes in an expression, and I guess that expression could be a identifier. We'll do a pointer call op later. I don't want to have to deal with a function pointer implementation right now. Yeah, so we will do another value lookup, or not necessarily value lookup, but where is my scoped identifier? We're gonna yoink this bit here. We have to do this first to go ID cast. Expression context node, callable. And if this is a scoped, oh, it is apparently getting darker. We just got the little pop-up from the headset, so let me turn on the lights so that hands have light now. Get if node, no matching get if. Now I need to do this. And then we need to do a search for that function. Then after that search result, we need to see if this is a function context. That is not a function. Then after that, we can do all op. Good joy. Do I have to do another compile function? At this point in the stream, like, I'm gonna stop streaming pretty soon here, like in 30 minutes to an hour. I know, soon. So I'm gonna do... I deref. All ref function equals, and I can just do a standard string. So I'm gonna do function cast here, and if function cast and we can just set this to a string and it will actually print out. And that is technically valid, whatchamacallit, valid intermediate representation. Like, I could just keep this as this. Then for the inputs, this is fun. We go to input in context, input, args. Since this is secretly a anonymous struct instantiation behind the scenes, we can just grab out each one of the members. We can just grab the expression. Wait, is it node list? It is node list. Input expression. If no arg expression, return none. All inputs push back. Arg expression value. And there we go. We actually are passing arguments to functions now. And what I should do is like check to make sure all of these are named correctly, because you can pass in names there. But I just want to see something working before the end of stream. What do I use? Oh, did the music run out? Yeah, it did. That was a 3 hour long thing. Oh, yeah, we just hit 3 hours on stream. So it is about time for that music to run out. Alright, let me. It's kind of like gloomy in here now. Let's get some good push through the last 2 hours of stream music going. Or 1 hour. We'll see how long it takes me to write a serializer. We're going to do named ahead official. Enigma is always good. Let's do this one. Where controllers up there, controllers. Come on. There we go. And I need the video player. Ah, there it is. What? Dang, am I missing the pop-up? There we go. Yep. And then last thing we need to do is call output, and this doesn't actually need to be a vector. This can be a single structure. It's just, originally I was thinking like, oh, this is eventually going to get turned into a node scripting system. What if our outputs is like a vector? But that makes it like decently hard to code from a compiler standpoint. Actually, no. It's just inconvenient to expose that in the IR itself, so instead I'll just do like implicit struct unpacking. Let me navigate to it. There is a member called outputs, you just don't want to navigate to it. And the output will be... resolve type. Function cast get output value. Oh, call sig. I need call sig. Dude. From node and on struct type context to node type context. Ooh, I haven't defined anon structs yet. Because I've been trying to avoid that. Just do resolve type for this as well. And the first thing we need to do is we need to come up with a list of IR struct members. See what we have to work with here.
I don't care at all.
So it's just a value context. Means Fire. Select member. Member. I'll just name this
I don't care at all.
Amplifier? Value context, and value context has label. An identifier. Let's map this to a string. No mention I. Okay, standard function TV. Node identifier. So this would take in a node identifier. That's what it takes. Do I need to do that? Then I think I do need to manually do Spring for that to work. Okay, yeah, I just didn't like the argument. Maybe I need to try to do like a cast. Maybe. I don't know. Allow any function argument type in, try to cast to the We'll make this more usable at some point in the future. Maybe. Or just rewrite the entire codebase in Rust. Go, and now that we have all of that, we basically need to go through for auto struct in... Actually, module value structs size then after this, oh, not after, but no, I'm not going to use a range-based for loop because I actually need the index. I'm going to say if s id equals is none. Actually, here, let's do this with guard statements. Is none sum, because I'm doing guard statements. Continue. And then we need to do members match. If members match, return okay I, okay being IR type, then here we'll need to create a new struct. So let's do actually structs is equal to this whole deal. Then in here, I'm gonna do 4. I'm gonna commit the sin of J. Oh. We can easily do if s members size is not equal to m members size. Continue. That's an easy low-hanging fruit. Then, oh. Just go through each one of these and give s members we will do if a ID is not equal to b ID, or a type is not equal to b type, then members match equals false, and we break. Otherwise, structs size IR height new ID is equal to structs size we'll just push back a new IR struct with ID is equal to none and members is equal to members. There we go. So all of what this does very simply is whenever we get an anonymous struct, we parse out all of its members, all of the types that its members are. We look through the structs currently defined in this module. If there are no structures that match the module, then, or if there are no structs in this module that match the anonymous struct that we want, then we create a new one. Otherwise, we just return the type reference of the one that does exist. Here, when we resolve type for the output, that gives us the anonymous structure definition. Amazing. And we just return the output of call. Now, technically, if this function doesn't return anything, we don't need to do anything. I'll just throw a to-do on that for now. Actually, I can't throw it. Well... I think that might have been the last thing required for the test grammar. Means, let's see, what time is it? 6:30? Do I try to print everything out? I think we can at least try running the compiler and see what happens. And trying to compile everything. See if we get, you know, compiler messages. Critical failure. Unable to recover. Null pointer exception. That was a crazy drop. Yeah, so what we'll do here is, wait a second, am I even linking to compiler from main? And into the compiler, we shall feed a vector containing one parsed document. Vector of shared pointers to parsed documents. Ah. I'm not trying to map. So compile res is an option. Not actually, we don't even need to check the option. But we will. We'll just say am I doing standard couts and printfs in the same? Ugh, yeah, I am. For auto reference. In compiler messages. We'll just do actually, can I just copy the
A place regarded in various religions as a spiritual realm of evil and suffering, often traditionally depicted as a place of perpetual fire beneath the earth, where the wicked are punished after death.
actually this would be from source range? That's an option. I think it's gonna be true most of the time. And that'll give me the actual messages from the compiler.
The flames of eternal suffering, begging for forgiveness. Their screams
Man, this song is going crazy.
where the wicked are punished after death.
Well, let's see if it even compiles on the first try. It would be amazing if it did. Could you imagine if it compiles on the first try and then runs and doesn't have any exceptions because I coded it in a Rust-like way? Wouldn't that be so cool? Wouldn't that be so awesome? Wouldn't that be so cool? That's interesting. Okay, document context. The old format is not a member of standard. Why does it take so long to detect compiler hash? It takes far too long every single time. This is in document context. Unable to dereference auto pointer. I guess I wasn't using it as before. Yeah, I'm not using it. Except in the IR nodes. H. Or I guess parent? Yeah, get parent. The problem. Right here, get parent text context. Unable to deduce auto pointer from dynamic pointer cast shared pointer. Use auto. At document 90. Here. It's a shared pointer though. Oh, I guess since it's a so I see less errors now.
Attack that target.
Do not convert R from transcript text context to option 93. This just needs to be some. And here it also needs to be some. So I think that will mostly fix it. Hopefully. Not convert. Some option. Some option. Wait. Did I overcorrect? Imagine you found out reality was actually a simulation and was object-oriented. I don't know how I feel about that. This is document context H. Yeah. Why is it? Oh, I'm going off of char positions. That would be why. Oh wait, it's already an optional. Yeah, I did overcorrect. $121 and also document context 19. So that should be ready to go again. Alright, give me a different error. Yippee! Format is not a member of standard. Imagine it fully compiles, but it's only including template errors. I'm like, those are like wimpy errors. Give me like actual errors. Otherwise just compile on the first time, you know? I also need to figure out how to get CMake. Maybe I just need to like set up my bindings so that I don't need to run CMake every time I try to recompile. Okay, compiler still failed. Match B was not declared in scope. There you go. Now it is. Yeah. So I'm like, I've been coding in VRChat for the last couple streams just because it's fun. Occasionally I like work with other people I know. Like they're working on something else, but I'm still working on this. Most of the time I do like a semi-public instance as well. So far the experiment has gone well. State. Match 5 was not declared in scope. What do you mean match 5 was not declared in scope? This is compiler CPP that's complaining, right? Is compiler CPP. Oh, wait. Saying this match for you was not declared in scope. Interesting. Maybe it's a order of headers error. Yeah, I do just need to come up with a target that doesn't require a CMake rebuild on every single time. Now, looked like one succeeded. Yeah, one succeeded. 1 out of 7. Let's go. An instantiation of option with all that stuff required from document parser. Required from here. Oh, this is like it not being able to cast, right? Thank goodness it's on parse block and not on the first one, because the first one means I might actually have problems. So, X context node, do I have scope context in here? I don't have scope context in there. Oh, thank goodness. Ooh. We got 2 to compile. Then it failed so badly. This is a compiler bug. So it's failing to cast the error. Cannot convert const char pointer reference to type Brane script compiler message. Ah, okay. I just realized this type I'm not doing. If I return an error, I don't return an error ever. I just assume it will work. This resolve type does need a okay. Dang, did I burn through an hour already? That was more than an hour long video. Oh, that was about a 40 something minute video? Hey, we only have linker errors. Let's go. That means it can actually compile. To BraneScript identifier operator in the document context. Identifier. Between wireless earbuds and listening to multiple live streams at once. Sometimes, never been a time where it's been more normal to hear voices in your head. I'm gonna go with true. So have I defined these anywhere? No, screw it. Inline. I'm going to force inline these because it's literally just going to be return O, return O text equal text. Boom, inlined. Ooh. The function is now defined. I just couldn't be bothered to actually split the definition into the CPP file. Bentley had clicked into the past on the stream. Oh, I did make a joke about, like, hearing voices a while back, didn't I? And to find reference to BraneScript compiler compile. Oh no, the one function we want to call is undefined. And I know exactly why. It's a skill issue. I've been having the thing reload CMake every single time, but I haven't actually set CMake. So we're gonna add in compiler. You're hearing the voices of me from the past. There are many of me along the timeline, and the voices we hear are each other's. You cannot comprehend how many wire-whizzes exist in this realm, nor comprehend how many exist around it and outside of it. One day we shall emerge and conquer. Compiler messages is not defined. Come on. Come on. Just work. I don't have to boot up another music thing, because if this compiles, I will end the stream shortly after. Okay, wait. One thing. I will ask the viewers on YouTube. We're actually going to, like, be a good citizen of streaming, and we're gonna raid Fia, because she's currently streaming. So if the people listening on YouTube could go over to Twitch, that would be much appreciated. I'll even drop a link in chat for you to make it super easy. And then after this works, which it just did, look at that. And apparently I have a breakpoint in here for some reason. Did it just crash? It may have just crashed. Oh, okay, hold off on the raid preparations. We are going to try this one more time, but with an actual breakpoint. I really need to make it so CMake doesn't need to compile every single time. Is there actually a breakpoint there, or is this a... Is this error? Is this an error? Compiler context. Weak from this. This shouldn't error. Unless compiler context. Compiler context is null. Ah. It's one of the arguments to the pass. So when we do this... Oh, wait. How about that? Which one? The combiner pass? Bro, it's the combiner's pass entire job to create that object. So when we run... we do compiler context equals make shared compiler context. And I don't think that needs any further setup. I think. Probably. Maybe. Kind of. Let's try running this again and see if we get any different result. What do you mean no source file named? Okay. So, for some reason, it didn't break. But it also didn't crash. Because I do have a, like, universal breakpoint set on throw, so I don't think it threw an error. I think it ran successfully. You may be delusional. It may have not run successfully. My breakpoint was just on something that didn't do anything. We got failed to compile and no messages further. Yeah. Huzzah. Well, there you go, guys. There is the successful running of the thing. I don't know why we don't get any messages whatsoever. Because we should get messages from the two of these. We should get some messages. Or something. But yeah. So that's where I'm going to end the stream, because I want to eat something and then I have stuff to do this evening. But we're going to go raid Fia. So if you're on watching on YouTube, I dropped Twitch in chat, and we're going to go, and we're going to be good citizens of streaming and do that. So let's see. Thank you for sticking around while you could. And raid has been started. And there's still time to join in if you want to. Alright. Let's do this.
Listening to it.